Bonk. Just got to change out of water really quickly, and then we'll be ready to go. And I will be right back. I need to grab some paper towel as well. Also need to not look through that when I'm not using it because it makes me really dizzy. Start loose and messy today. Hmm. And I'm just going to whip up a bit of a wash here. First of all, use a synthetic brush typically when you're going to do this part. All right, people. Let's get fucking going. There we go. Getting that. Just making sure I have all my oil paint actually mashed up before I go into this step. Otherwise, it can be a bit of a mess. What's up? Is this gesso? No, this is not gesso. This is an oil wash that I just mixed. That is way too thick. I'm seeing. Yeah, I don't like that. That needs to be quite a bit thinner. Good news is that will make it a lot easier. Already actually mixed the paint through that, so now it's just giving it a quick swirly whirl. That should be a bit better instead. What's up, Salam? How you doing today, though? And just slappy slap. Messy stage. I don't know. This guy looked like he's got so much texture. He just looks like he really needed this. Care how much it goes on. Try not to remember my face on the microphone. That's always a good habit, too. There we go. Good. Built the Scarab Sorcerer. Exalter. Time to prime. Hell yeah. That is always fun. Who doesn't enjoy building a couple new models? Step one is just going through, getting all the super duper excess out. So we don't need that in there. We'll leave some of that, but like we're just gonna come back in through those areas. Flicky flick. The best part about oils, you can. It's like why I enjoy them so much is there's not a lot of precision needed at certain stages. You guys can't really see what I'm doing. I just realized that. You guys, that is not what this looks like right now. I need to adjust my lighting. 1 second. One second. The gloss is causing a reflection issue, but also let's try turning that brightness up. That's about what it looks like right now, or that's better. How's the new glasses going? Terrible. I can't wear them down unless I'm actively using them, or else they make me super fucking nauseous. I am not used to using these yet. It is a learning curve. Might not change the frame tough. Let that fully cure. I'm going to hit this with air, but I'm going to use cold air just so everyone knows. It is not okay to use hot air when you're doing this on an oil. You can only hit it with cold air. So if your dryer doesn't have a cold setting, don't do this. You shouldn't use heat on oils, from my understanding. And yes, it is slower to do it without the heat, but there's no chance of spontaneous combustion if you use cold. looking pretty good. It's still not dry enough to work. And again, I am using cold air right now. In case Mr. Pigments comes in and starts asking what I'm doing. I'm using cold air. Okay, this is almost cured enough to start removing some of this. We're gonna get the magic erasers out. Okay, let's try this now. Grab a sponge. It's working. Keeping the texture in the recesses. Going very carefully to leave the oils in all the areas. Okay. Drop that. All right, there we go. I'm gonna try doing just a little bit more here, I think. It's like to retry the chest a bit where I lost a lot of the detailing. That's not enough shit. Or the texture's just not as deep as I thought it would. You know what? That's okay. Okay, there we go. I'll give that some time to dry. And then he'll need to do some highlighting. All right. All right. Got everything varnished, so that way it is all safe and easy to handle. I'm quite pleased with how it's all turning out. Okay. Swapping back into the painting portion. Excuse me. A little bit of chromium oxide on the palette. I'm going to take right now, I'm going to use chromium oxide, going to deep magenta, Titan buff, and yellow oxide. And Titan buff. There you go. Excuse me. All right, guys, you get to see me do goofy goggles now. Green. Yeah, that's how the new goggles work, guys. It makes it very easy to see, but I also have to get really close. So I got to figure out kind of how I sit when I do this. Fuck, these lights are getting in the way a bit. Sorry. Keep bumping my stuff. When the circular lens is not in use, can you use it horizontally? Can it be held horizontal? I don't know. Do I need to flip it? Maybe that's how I use that lens. Let's see. Let's see. Do I have to do this with it? Nope. Nope. It assumes everybody is right-eyed. At least this set does. I don't know how I feel about these ones yet. I might grab a different pair. The focus on them is really the focus range on them is really close, and I don't like getting that close to my models. I usually prefer to sit back further where I can keep my back straight. Okay. There we go. The magnificent Gobbo. Thank you, Pascal. How you doing? Also, hi. Yeah, I'm not sure I love the focus range on these yet. I do love that they work with my glasses, but and I do love the blackout lens up top, which keeps the light out of my eyes, but I'm not sure I'm not sure that I love that it's got a 4-inch focus range. Hi. He isn't Gobbo anymore. He's ascended to Hobgobbo. Welcome in, Pascal. Trying to get the... So I need to go... I want to go through at some point and smooth this out, because this is too harsh. I just haven't quite figured out what the intermediary there is. Still don't love this either. That's not bad. Yes, it is. That's terrible. I don't like it. Good thing is, there's only one thing under this layer, varnish. So I'm just going to do this. Oh, shit. I pulled the varnish layer. Ah, that's fucking bad. That's like one of the biggest fuck ups you can have is a layer tear. That's okay. We're going to perform surgery on this now. You could have just painted over it. I absolutely could have, but I thought it was still wet enough that I could do a quick wipe and it would just tear the layer, not pull the varnish. But it's okay. What I should do, though, is I'm going to apply a coat of varnish directly onto my palette. Because the first thing I need to do is I need to create an even layer height before I continue. This guy needs... This is now model surgery time. Okay, layer height. Fuck me. It's okay, guys. This is something that happens. Mistakes happen. Seems like a thick layer too. BRB getting copy. It was a it's the varnish pulled up. Okay. Here's my hair dryer. The hair dryer's not plugged in. Except at least he didn't jump out the window of the high rise, so glass thinking unbreakable. You know what? That is very true. That's because I'm also terrified of heights, so I don't know why anybody would do something like that. That just sounds like a terrible decision. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna brush. We're brushing on a matte varnish right now. That seems random. That seems like the worst way to prove that. I assume it's a news article you recently read. Okay, there we go. That did work. You can obviously see where the chip is right now, but it's all at the same layer height, which is all that matters right now because I can fix that. That's kind of the original. Now this is now now I'm going to do the thing that Pascal I should have done originally, which is just paint it. So I need my shade here, which I was using for Phthalo Blue. So I'm using a bit of Phthalo Blue green shade. And a bit of chromium oxide. And then we're just going to kind of glaze it all into each other. Because hilariously, that circle shape that I pulled in there, not actually bad and not too far off from the shape of the tricep. You do have a large indent, or especially of something that this muscular would have a large indentation here, as the tricep is the shape of a horseshoe. So, one thing, very fortunately, it is on the deltoid, but it's still allowing me to bend my light, which is kind of showing me how it should go there. So it's just kind of showing that it tore in the only place that I can actually be like, oh, I actually that just pulled my lighting correct. So tiny miracles. That slowly fuzzes away. Take a little bit of pure phthalo blue in. That's way too intense. Actually, but if we do this with it, just kind of, yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, also, can't headbang with these on, because if this falls down, I'm going to make myself throw up. Because it makes my vision so blurry if it's not in the right spot. Alright, I'm going to come in, and you know what? Let's fucking YOLO it, and let's drop some more intensity in on the face on this side. And let's get those highlights in the right spots now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mix up my flesh tone by mixing my Quin Magenta, my Yellow Oxide, and a bit of Titan Buff. And that gives me a really nice peachy tone, and that's kind of one of my easy skin workups that I use a lot of. But I find, especially for greens, and especially when I have so much pink already existing in the model, working some of those pink fleshy tones into the greens naturally helps unify everything in a way that then makes it look like it belongs together instead of a very stark, what the fuck am I looking at? So it's a way for me to incorporate a very small amount of that magenta back into the green tones. And there we go. We're just blending tiny little bits of flesh tone into the face and along the highlights. What's up, easy peasy? Shit, wrong time. Be back in an hour. No worries, dude. Have fun in the meeting. For you a quick shout out still. I'll throw you one when you get back too. Welcome in, Dan. How you doing today? Okay, these glasses make me so dizzy. Good, got the Chimera paints. I bought decanted slightly thin, 4-1. Are those the heavy bodies? I have had my eyes on those for like a bit over a year. And every time I've gone, every time I've actually had the money to buy them, they've been out of stock. I've asked my local hobby store to bring them in, and they're like, they don't have reliable enough stock, so we won't stock them. And it's like, damn, I want them. But I heard White Wolf talk about them. He absolutely loves them. I went with pure paint pigments rather than the skin tone or the other mixes. Ooh, that's a really good one. That's a really good choice. And that's going to teach you way more about paint and color and how to do it on your own and how to learn all these things intuitively, right? So that's a really good decision. I'm going in, guys. That's just a basic painting rather than I need another hobby specific mix. Yeah, exactly. I do find that my hobby specific mixes, I do like a couple of them. There are still some of them I find very hard to get out of my arsenal. Like a couple of my Vallejo skin tones I still use, but that's just out of convenience, especially when I'm working on armies and things where I don't want to be mixing stuff up. However, if I'm just doing a couple things, I'm probably going to sit there with my proper paints. Did I also shut up Pascal? I feel like I did. I didn't. 1 second. No, I already did. Okay, good. To that panic moment where I was like, I made sure to shout him out, right? I did. Good. Good, good. Hope everybody's having an excellent day. What? Oh, I'm not saying paint mixes aren't good. I want to learn how to teach. Yeah. How to paint. Teach yourself pain. Every time I'm getting I need to keep I gotta stop pumping my stuff. But I feel like every time I'm coming in on this goblin, he's looking better. Pascal, how long did it take you to learn to like close your eyes as you lift this and like tip it back? Like every time you need to grab paint, because my goodness, it is. Every time I forget to do it, I feel like I'm getting like spun around in my office chair really fast. Took you 30 years. Okay, I'm glad to know that it's everybody who deals with this where they constantly are just disorienting themselves. This is only my second day using them, so it's a bit of a change. Good answer. Okay, the upper lip's starting to look good. I think the lower lip's gonna need some. Although I don't think I need my glasses for this one. I think I can just kind of look and see where that line is. Ah, I think right now when I'm just doing some of the like until I'm getting into the really really tiny stuff, I think it's easier to work without them. But I don't know. Because my lines are really crisp right now. I will say that. Like maybe I just gotta stop being a big old baby and get used to using my new tools. It's on the cheek. Okay. I really like the way this goblin looks. Take a bit of the shadow tone in really quickly. I'm going to drop some really thin lines of it next to some of these highlights just to give the impression of wrinkles on his face. There we go. That gives us just a bit more texture in that nose. I'm gonna have to do something with the other side of the face. The highlights are too bright, or like the peak highlight is too bright. I like everything else, but the peak is too bright, so I'm gonna need to bring that back. I'm gonna take just a tiny bit of the phthalo blue in the brush now. Get yourself lined up. Get your vision super duper zoomed in. And if you guys don't get to see what I'm doing, sucks to be. Done. 3 tiny little slashes of phthalo blue. You can't see them, you can't see them. I'm okay with that. I can see them. And you know what? If I can see them and you can't, that means I did them right. I gotta deal with this now, because that is way, way too bright. I'm gonna take a bit of my Queen Magenta off to the side now. I'm gonna do a bit of Velotura. Trying to use fancy words correctly because I'm using a bit of a. I'm just gonna use an opaque paint for this. Haha. I remember that one. It's the only fancy art term I know. And I'll use it at every chance I can. I kid. We're just gonna glaze in. Okay, we're gonna start fuzzing out some of these details. So I've been thinking about going back to school. Been thinking about going back to school a bit lately. Trying to get the apartment was like that big like scare for me where I was just like when it was that kind of thing where like we just kept getting told no by places because I didn't have like because of me being self-employed. So part of me has been thinking about like just going back to school, figuring out like what would I do, because if I'm going to I'm not gonna stop being an artist ever. I don't want to be a fucking I don't want to be I don't want to be anything else. So I'm trying to figure out, what could I do that suits my interests? And I'm trying to figure. So like we've been kind of looking at that the last couple days. Been thinking about it a bit. Absolutely nothing written in stone, but like I have that thing where like I'm still young. I'm only 32, so like I'm still really young. I could go for a fucking PhD and I'd still only be what, like 43 by the time I finish. It's like I'm Like I'm not old. I'm because of like yeah, so like because I'm really young still, like it's kind of why I've been thinking about it, because it's I'd like to be established at where we are with some of the places that we're going in life. And yeah, so I've been thinking about what I was going to do, and I remember I used to go to university, and I was studying to be a high school teacher. I wanted to teach history. My major was history, my minor was econ, and my other minor. So I was doing a major double minor because that's what a fucking that's a fast way to not that's not a fast way to burn yourself out, right? But yeah, so I was doing history major, econ minor, French minor. Because a French minor is only 15 credits, it's really easy to get a French minor. To be considered bilingual is a bit of a joke. Anyways, not the point of it. So yeah, now I'm kind of sitting here. You were an English major? Nice. I thought I wanted to be an English major, but after doing the mandatory English courses, I did not really enjoy it. So I didn't end up pursuing it that way. But then I ended up taking one history class in my first semester that I absolutely loved, and then I just immediately swapped. Yeah, I dropped out after my third year. But I'm considering going back, because one of the things I did look at is if I went back with her to do an art history major, I would be able to teach both art and history at a high school level. And then the same thing, if I could finish up my French, which would be easy enough to do. Yeah, so it's something one of the things I was thinking about was being like, do I try and go back to get like my art degree, or do I go back and get an actual art degree? Do I follow in the footsteps of everybody else that I know and get an art degree? Don't remember how many credits I had. I had 70. I think I had 60 something or 72. Wife did history alongside her performing art. She can potentially be a high school history teacher if she wants. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about, right? Because like same thing. I'm like, I could work with kids. But yeah, I was studying to be a high school teacher when I was younger. Did never go through with it. It was close to third year. What third year was at high school in the UK when I was a kid, we had to pick a set of subjects, and unfortunately, they wouldn't allow history alongside art, which was a bit dumb. So here's kind of where I'm like, one of the things is that pisses me off, right? Because like, I wish I had a better understanding as a teenager how much my high school courses were going to impact my ability to have a functional life as an adult. Nobody explains to me that it's like if you only do art courses, you can't. They don't tell you that in school, that if you only take art courses, that you're fucked as an adult because you can't get into college for any of the real jobs. Like, it's one of the things. Like I thought, and there's like there's no way to I cannot seem to find a way to do the equivalency for my sciences. Because, yeah, I mean, like, fuck that. I know one thing for sure. I got the hands to be a surgeon. Like a lot of us in this category. I got the hands to be a surgeon. I just don't have, just never had the ability to go to school for it. because I was not allowed in the sciences. But yeah, those are the jobs like the two jobs I've always been interested in was either teaching in some capacity or being a surgeon. Always a favorite. The Boneless Anthem, boys. This is one of those times I should drop these on. And what I'm doing right now is I'm reapplying my highlights. I think I'm gonna be a paramedic. I do really well in emergencies. I tried to get in for that, but unfortunately, the schooling for it is been changed since I last tried to apply. So they didn't have any schools in my area for it, and then once the first school in my area finally opened up, the admissions changed, and I no longer qualify for admission. So, in the 6 years it took for us to get a paramedic school, I went from qualifying for it to not qualifying for it. Woo! At least we've gotten rid of the dual language requirements for most of our schools. We've done there. Painting it in pink. Got the glow on the shirt looking way, way better. What I actually think I could do is I could take a bit of the phthalo blue and I could really reinforce. We don't have any expectations of dual language in the UK. It's almost we expect everybody here to be, except on the West Coast, but we still had the requirements when I tried to go to school, or when I was in school, other than a couple of small colleges. You are required to be bilingual, but now the standard is like they got rid of the bilingual requirements, but because bilinguality is so common in Canada, typically now the only one of the best ways to guarantee acceptance is you have to be trilingual. So typically they want somebody who can speak English, French, Mandarin, English, French, German, English, French, Japanese, but they want you to be able to speak English, French, and another language now. That's typically for our good schools. That's one of the keys for admission is you need to be able to speak at least two, but now they're looking for 3 languages. And then when everyone is trilingual, they up it to 4. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, UBC is ranked number 40 in the world. Like Canada has several schools in the top. Like we have several of the top 100 global schools. We do have really, really good universities. I didn't go to one of them. The one I went to is ranked 1600th in the world. Thank you very much. If you ever want to feel bad about where you went to school, look up your university rankings in the global standard, see where they sit. Can't even cry. My school doesn't even crack the top 1500 in the globe. And that's considering that was only ones with university classification. So you got to start doing some math here and realizing really not that good because there aren't. How many universities are there in your area? Holy shit. Okay. Can you guys see what I'm doing here? I need to zoom that in for you. I'm doing super thin pen lining next to that to create extra depth of texture and layers. You can barely see it once it's dried, but what's also creating the layers of like dense fabric. I quite like the way that looks. Maybe we do that along a bit on the hood too. Thank you to Fenris Workshop for sending me the Kolinsky Sable brushes again. They've helped out a ton. And about 4 days into using them, they are still holding a point very nicely. Create make-believe texture that's not actually there. Okay. So you guys see how by bringing in those tiny little bits, it's now looks like there's actually light catching the texture of the hood. Going to take a second. We're going to keep doing that along the top until we get it to look entirely like it is made up of woven fabric. Looks so much better now that you've glazed out those highlights. Yeah, I thought so too. They were looking way too intense. The face is still not done. Like the face is going to need that smoothed out a bit more, but I need to bring a bit more of the dark back in on it too because I went too bright in a few spots. So I need to reinforce some shadowing on a few spots in the face here. But right now, as you can see, I'm just coming through on the hood and doing those tiny little where the sun is catching against the burlap. Because like I don't know. This model is supposed to I want so much texture on this model. This is all about texture for me right now. Also, welcome in Vitae. I'll throw you a shout out in just a second. Also, for those of you that don't know, I'm heading to the post office today. So your package goes in the mail today. I am so sorry it took as long as it did. You and all of the winners of those draws. Will be hitting the postie after stream today. How's the texture looking on that hood now, guys? Pretty good so far. Getting some better depth on it. I think I need to do something to reinforce some shadows in a few spots too. I'm gonna be jumping around a bit. Let's focus on getting the rest of these shadows placed in first. And then we can move on. Are you enjoying the new goggles? Not especially. I'm finding them quite hard to adjust to, if I'm being completely honest. But they are helping. They do take. I've reduced my eye strain almost 90%. Yeah, I'm definitely not straining my eyes as much, but I'm finding I'm getting really dizzy a lot. So I'm having to take more breaks because it is making me dizzy to use them. Or they give me a bit of like, I don't know if they give me vertigo, or I don't know if that's how I best explain it, but like, yeah, they are making me dizzy to have on. But it is allowing me to, as you guys see, like come in and get really fine details. Like when you get a new prescription, every time I need. Yeah, well, I think again the issue right now, Vitae, is it's almost like I've never had to deal with my eyes going in and out of focus at this kind of speed and this drastically and severely, right? Like it's really intense because if I move slightly, it completely unfocuses. So I need to stay perfectly still while I'm working. I'm also being like, I think having it on a plinth or a handle or something would help because then I could have it more stable and hold it a bit like, and it would get closer to my face without me needing to hold it so close to my face. I don't know if that makes sense. Bah. Bah. Flagonborn, I've heard having a magnifying glass you look through rather than one on your head looks with the dizziness because your eyes aren't constantly changing the focus. Honestly, so I'm gonna show you. I'll show you this really quickly, guys. You don't get to see this very often. You're gonna get a view of what I see. So that's what I'm working with most of the time. That's my desk. And then I've got an extra lamp up here that kind of helps with some of the helps soften my lighting. But because of that, I feel like having a desk mounted one would not affect me that much because I'm already very used to working around obstacles in my way. Oh yeah, magnifiers. They are making me so dizzy. Welcome in. And next on the shout out list. Welcome in. Gobbo is coming along pretty well. The head mounted ones? Exactly, Flagon. So I'm finding as soon as I move it, I have to shut my eyes before I get it off. So that way I don't lose my focus. Which is why I'm like, a desk mounted one might be better for me. All right, you know what? Let's get real here though. I'm gonna show you guys. Let's try it out. Oh, okay. 1 second. I'm gonna try lowering my magnification to. I'm gonna try slightly lowering my magnification and see if that helps. That helps significantly with the dizziness. I didn't realize I had the second lens down. I didn't realize I had the double magnifier flipped down. So that explains a lot there, actually. Welcome in, everybody. So let's try reducing the magnification ever so slightly. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. I'm only using like a 1x. Yeah, I this is only or a 1 or 2x. Like it's just, and then I had the 4x one down, and that was like causing me to like want to throw up. There we go. That's softening out quite nicely. Got a lot of the texture back on that. Got a lot of the texture in the hood right now. But yeah, I'm finding I'm only kind of needing to flip them down when I'm getting into my detail-y areas. When I'm just kind of sweeping colors like I am right now. Softening everything out. The texture, the texture is looking good. It does need it with all that flat cloth. Exactly. That's what I felt too. Is that this model really requires a lot of texture. So I'm doing my best to incorporate all of that. So welcome in, Flagon, if I didn't give you a wave as well. The doctor's working on a baby and what's that doing? Scale models, he's just used to it. Yeah. I don't know. Because I haven't tried them either out yet. I both either could work. I'm not used to this one yet, although all right, let's start also. I don't know. I just have because I have the color out because I'm working at this kind of stuff right now while I'm letting that pink dry on the other areas that we just glazed it across. Now I'm going to come through with a phthalo blue and I'm going to be poking this at the recesses of a few areas to get the textures and shine and detail in the armor to pop from a bit of a distance. Pull the dizzy up. Delitzer, what's up? What you painting? I am working on 3 different pieces right now. They are all by Pedro Fernandez works. And I'm kind of shuffling along right now. So right now, I've got Goblin here. Also, welcome in. This is trying to get my OSLs, bring a bit more texture in, working at getting the recesses shaded on him. I've also got Astaroth off to the side. He's just here while I think. He's just off to the side while I think, because I always have him there, ready to pick up at any given moment, because you never know when inspiration is going to strike on something like this. Or when something I'm painting will click and I will know the next step for Astaroth. And then, of course, we've also got this big boy off to the side. This is the Troll, also by Pedro Fernandez. So all 3 of these pieces are done by the same sculptor. And yeah, we are having a lot of fun with that. What are you working on, Stelitzer? We just gave this guy his oil wash a little while ago, so now I'm going to come through and I'm going to see if I can actually get it to come off of just the raised areas. Because I realized he's been sitting for almost the perfect amount of time to do this. I'm losing more of the texture than I'd like, but that's okay. So I can come through and do some highlighting to get a lot of that texture back. We'll come through and we'll do I will highlight each individual skin cell like Pedro dared me to. Or sorry, like Pascal dared me to. So we're gonna do it. I ain't chicken. I ain't chicken. I'll take your dare. I'll highlight each individual skin cell. Fuck it. 5-color workups. Let's go. I said molecule. To be fair, he does have really nice. You can actually see each of his skin cells sculpted on Krieg, Night Lords, updating a character to be compliant with the Crucible of Champions rules. Oh hell yeah! I did full edge highlighting on a 2-foot Gorgon once on each scale snake. I bet that was miserable. I bet you were filled with regretty when you decided to when you decided to start that, or probably by about halfway through is when you were just like, oh no, I'm past the point of no return. But how was the result? I bet you it looked great. So I'm just going to pull a bunch of this bullshit off that we used to kind of get a bit of tone, color, smooth a lot of stuff out. It actually did smooth a lot of it out, so it does look like it's going to be really easy to just kind of come in and highlight this troll now. Although I kind of want to change him a little bit on the one side. I'm still going to use the purple. But is anybody in here like a Gendy Tartakovsky fan, or like a fan of his works or animations? Because I didn't watch a lot of his earlier stuff because I like Dexter's Lab. Dexter's Lab was great, but I didn't really watch like any of the like Samurai Jack or Powerpuff Girls that much. And so Primal, however, is like the I'm a big fan of Gendy's art style, and Primal is like, it takes everything. Like if you look at any of the shows, it's like it's got aspects of all of them. In the art direction, it's really really defined, and so that's for starters. That's my favorite thing about Primal to begin with, is that it has a very clear and very defined art direction. But my inspiration on the troll is coming from Primal because I want to. You know the Plague of Madness episode with the fucking Argentinosaurus that just like causes the plague breakout, and then this is first season. Plague of Madness. It is one of my favorite episodes of Primal. It's considered to be one of the best ones. Depending on where you watch it, it will either be episode 6 or episode 7. If it shows up as episode 6, make sure that you watch episode 7 first, because it is after Wrath of the Ape Men, which again is also just like top tier. Wrath of the Ape Men is actually that one is actually a Conan novella. That one is actually a Conan story, start to finish. That whole episode. A lot of it is based on the book Fang and Spear, which takes place during the Thurian Age, but it is. But like they also borrow, because they borrow a lot. So if you don't know, Primal is a copyright safe version. It is a copyright safe exploration of Hyboria and the Thurian Age. It is legally safe Conan. If you don't believe me, read the book Fang and Spear. So there's an episode in it called A Plague of Madness, and I really want to pull from that on my art direction on the troll. Conan goes public domain in 2 years. Conan is public domain in 2 years. Okay, wasn't he contemporary with Lovecraft? Yes, he was. They were friends. Um, there are love letters to each other, nods to each other in the books. There are references to Conan the Barbarian in Lovecraft's writings, as well as there are references to Lovecraft's writings in Conan the Barbarian, up to and including Yog-Sothoth being one of the gods in Conan. I think both Yog-Sothoth and Azathoth, both overt racists. R.E. Howard, not so much. H.P. Lovecraft, most definitely. Howard was a little bit racist, but for that, you have to look at it through a 1920s lens and then realize that he actually moves away from that significantly over the 9 years that the Conan magazines came out. So I will challenge that R.E. Howard is overtly racist. I have no problem agreeing with H.P. Lovecraft. I've read all of both of their works. I have the compendiums of both of them. Right, both of their compendiums. I've read all of Lovecraft. I've read all of Conan, and I don't remember that much because it's been a while since I've read it, and I would like to reread Conan. Lovecraft, I have better memory of, especially if we're going through any of the Randolph Carter stuff, which I've got very, very good memory of because I also listened to the audiobook versions of those ones to get a better understanding of them. And I also own a DVD copy of The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, which was done by a local band, like a local metal band, did an animated movie. They animated it into their music. It is very hard to find. It is like not even a legal reproduction. I do not believe it was like a legal reproduction of the works. But yeah, so that's really cool as well. If I can figure out how, maybe we'll watch that one on stream, or maybe we'll watch that one in Discord sometime. But yeah, so Lovecraft, definitely overtly racist. I mean, if anybody's ever read Rats in the Wall, that's all you need to know. Although that's the most overt example, whereas the his descriptions are this. Yeah, but that's also his very early works. And also, after Conan interacts with the Stygians, he realizes that he had racist views of them. I'm not sure if you know that. Once Conan has more interactions with the Stygians, it changes his opinions of them a bit. But that's just me pointing out something that I'm like, Howard actually does change some of that as it goes on. But yes, you are correct. I mean, you've also read the description of the Picts. The Picts are not described in a very positive way. But that being said, he also, you know, similarly, though, he talks about the corruption and, like, you know, especially a lot of his opinions on, like, Aquilonia early on. But yes, again, I try to also take things from the acknowledgement of. Have you ever read have you read Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness? Because that's a really good example of it. And it's always it's like, this is a challenging negative. Okay. So that one was written in like 1898. Yes. Yes, it's what Apocalypse Now is based on. It's written in 1898. It's about a man traveling down the Congo during the rule of King Leopold. And I don't need to say much more than that, because if you know about King Leopold, you know it's an extremely upsetting topic. If you read if you read Heart of Darkness, it's inherently a book that is against imperialism and against racism, but it still does not change the fact, if you don't read it with the understanding of the fact it was written in 1898, you're going to lose that messaging based on a lot of the language. Does that kind of make sense? I don't want to dismiss it's one of those things. I don't want to dismiss it. I don't want to say it's okay, but I also always try to acknowledge that it's like, this is a product of its time. We need to acknowledge that it was a product of its time, and we should also openly talk about the fact that it's like, hey, this actually was common back then. Because it's also good to remember that it's like, when you're looking at this entirety of Western society, it was actually, so I don't know. I always like to look at all of it. It's quite fun. I like to look at it, and then I try to be nuanced about it, is what I'm trying to say. But yes, that is the one that Apocalypse Now is based on. And guys, when this ad break hits, I am going to go downstairs and refill my coffee. So, brother, right about now. What? Starting to bring all the conks and donks in on the armor. Let's get my deepest recess in here. Excuse me. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, there. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Lovecraft was also homophobic, despite his best friend being gay. Oh, dude, Lovecraft was the worst. Lovecraft was a spoiled rich brat who perpetually took advantage of every woman he could to get as much money out of them as he could, while burning through his family's fucking fortunes, writing shitty horror stories. I don't have Paul, like, I like his writings. I really like his writings. But I'm also not gonna, and I love the worlds he created, and I love some of the creativity to it, but I'm also not gonna sit around and pretend that, like, anything about Lovecraft was fucking appropriate. Like, he was a terrible person in more than a like he was a terrible person in like every possible way. His ideas were fine. His writing seems lazy. I mean, his writing is very verbose. He definitely like Lovecraft definitely expanded my vocabulary. That is one of the probably best things I would say that came from reading Lovecraft is that it did drastically expand my vocabulary. As he does have a very overly wordy way of writing, and he is very overly descriptive. Okay, ads are gonna hit 10 seconds here. As I'm gonna refill my coffee. We'll get right back to this. They didn't break. Didn't break the goggles. Okay, be right back, guys. Coffee time. Back with coffee. And back from ads. At this point, if you don't Yeah, exactly. Honestly, there are exceptions to that. Obviously, if you're exactly, yes, pretty much, Flagon, you're exactly hitting the point that I'm exactly making. Is like, I agree with you, Vitae, except there are exceptions to that rule. 99% of the time, most of the things never. Or sorry, never said accept them, but yeah, mostly what I'm getting at is, yeah, it is a contentious topic, and I absolutely. The paradox of tolerance is an extremely confusing thing. It's one of those hard positions where, yes, you can't avoid it, and that's pretty much it exactly. Where did I put my? Oh, there's my goggle. Okay. Put on the Chunder goggles. It's officially the name of my new goggles is for all the Warcraft fans in here. I'm now naming these Chunder Fury. Cursed goggles of the Windseeker. Hyper specific reference for a hyper specific group of people. Let's see how many of them get it. It's the engineering goggles you can craft every X pack. Don't forget when they were just like, shit, that's too many. When they ran out of colors of goggles to make, and they're like, fuck, what do we give them now? I don't know, a motorcycle. I never liked the. I never. I saw some jeweler's goggles that looks like the gnome's goggles. Jeweler's goggles might actually be better for me. That was a meeting. Was it like what was it one of the meetings of all time? Welcome back from the meeting. Hope you're having a good day. We bring a little bit of this chromium oxide in. Touch of the yellow oxide. A little bit of water because this color tends to go on quite opaque. That's a better consistency. We gathered from everyone. Nah. We gathered everyone here to fire you. Oh god, those are the worst meetings. Nah, just an information overload for things I need to work on. Oh god. Fucking corpos. Then they contrived. That would mean they lose one of the only supports for a specific server. Oh, but you know how to use the legacy system. Easy peasy knows how to use. You know how to use the legacy software, don't you? I was gonna say, yep, there we go. That's the only way to get job security at this point in the tech industry is be the only person who knows how to use the legacy system. Are you liking the new optimizers? I've literally named them Chunder Fury because they make me feel like I'm gonna projectile vomit constantly. But beyond that, they're helping. If I spew on stream, it's the goggles, I swear. But that's typically the trick to having job security in the tech industry is know how to use the legacy systems. There was a guy when I worked at Fortis, which was the natural gas provider for where I live. Given that I don't stream much, that having them on and trying to look at the computer screen doesn't help. You notice how I have my head tipped in specific ways, and I've always got them like I'm trying. Whenever I'm doing anything other than painting, I am not looking through them. And in fact, even when I'm like moving away from the model, I close my eyes. But yeah, I have not quite figured out how these guys work best yet. right, it's time to paint a goblin's eye. Studio Boneless, what's the max magnification on these new ones? Technically 9, but I'm never gonna use it because it requires it is actually fucking super awful. To hit 9, I have to hit the it's looking through 3 lenses simultaneously. It's unpleasant. And one of them only covers one of the eyes. That might be this, but like I'm never gonna use this. Let's try something. Let's try something. I'm gonna paint. Maybe I'll try painting the eyeballs using this, but I'm gonna have to take my regular glasses off, and I'm gonna need to manually cover one of my eyes while I do this because I only have, or because I have to be looking through a very specific lens here. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it for painting an eye. Let's see if it makes me throw up. You guys see that you guys seem to seem well, what happens if you're looking through a 2 times lens, a 4 times lens, and a 5 times lens all at the same time? What does that give you if I've got a 2, a 4, and a 5 all going at once? A headache. That's what it gives you. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Is I'm like, so let's do this. Let's you guys seem to want to make me sick on stream. Let's do it. Let's try and get a couple highlights in here. What the fucking fuck? Shit, that's actually not that bad. Except I did it all off camera. Oh. But that blended that ear out really nicely. What are we thinking about the goblin right now? Are my blends coming together? I mean, I've got time to get him where I need him to be, right? But like he's pretty good, eh? Yeah. All right, let's do an eye. How do we want to do the eyes? We want to do his eyes. I'm gonna do them a bit of a white, off-white. No, I'm gonna do them yellow. He's gonna have yellow eyes with the cat lens. What's the story of the purple side? Pink fireball. I thought a pink fireball would look really cool, and I'm really not super strong with OSLs, so it's a challenge. Like my OSL is not object source lighting is not a strength of mine currently, but I want it to be. So rather than being a big old scaredy cat and avoiding it, I decided I was going to do one of the like most challenging versions of it that I could think of, which was trying to do a pink glow over green skin, which thankfully I've had several extremely, extremely talented artists helping me out with, including Pascal Rules, Jinx Dart, and Ghoul Studio, just off the top of my head, like giving me like pointers on how to adjust my lighting. So I'm getting lots of help on this. Lots of really talented people are steering me in the right directions. But the story on that side is that I wanted to do something that would show off my ability to paint and something that would show off or something that would really push me to that next level. And this is this was a really good way to play with everything from object source lighting to texture to skin to fabric, non-metallic metals. Like this model itself, this bust, kind of has the only thing it's missing is hair, and hair is the only other thing I'm not really comfortable with yet for some reason. I'm really struggle with hair. And it's funny because the hair thing actually translates into illustration as well. I struggle with drawing hair. I tend to struggle with drawing hair as well, but I'm getting better. Getting better at it because I'm practicing. All right, goggles back on. Eye time. Time to paint an eye. We can do this. Don't make yourself sick. Ah. Okay, first one's done. Look at that. And we were even able to leave the entire red ring around the eye. You know what? Okay. Okay, maybe this actually does have, maybe this tiny little guy does have some benefit. All right. I was good at drawing hair in black and white. Color I always found easier because you can just keep layering and layering and layering color on top of each other until you end up with something very natural. And that's typically the issue that a lot of people I found into when they're doing hair and color is they don't realize that most people have between like 3 and 8 different colors of hair all happening at the same time. If you guys ever do a close-up on my mustache, I have brown hair, orange hair, blonde hair, gray hair, and black hair. So it's my mustache is a mixture of like it grows in every hair color. If you ever get a close-up look at my mustache, it's brown, orange, black, blonde, and gray. I've also got a couple whites in there. But that was always something I found interesting. Is like my hair is very, very inconsistent in color. Okay, let's do it, boys. All right, we're gonna fix that eye in just a second. It needs to go wider right about here. I'm gonna come back into my yellow now. I'm actually going to flip this guy up, and I'm going to do it just at 1x magnification, because that other lens I did not like. I found it really fucked up my depth perception having to have one eye closed. I can't do hair on models or paper. It's always one color. Sauron is the exception. That eye is getting better, I think. Still not right, though. I think the problem is that the anthraquinone red is just a little bit too intense. So what I'm going to try doing is I'm going to try using my Quin Magenta just in the deep, deep recesses under the eye to give me a bit of a second tone and to get a line of separation between the two colors. I like that, but I'm then going to need to come back in and clean that up a bit. So back into the red. Clean the brush out. And that's part of the problem is I got the yellow on the upper eyelid, so I need to come back in with the magenta and get that off that. Next up, start bringing some more colors into that. Maybe I'll use a little Titan buff. Just to get a bit of a whiter yellow in a couple spots. Who knows? Okay, almost fixed. Let's got to get the other sides. And then I've got the goblin with his eye. The yellow. And lastly, all right. We got the first eyeball in. What do you guys think? That does a lot for the face. That does a lot for this part of the model, I think. Sorry, off camera. Ah, shit. I gotta stop knocking my fucking head off. God damn. God fucking hell. Okay. Goggle up, bitches. Here we go. All right. I'm really liking that. Kind of don't. I'm going to take a moment. Give it a bit of a rinse. I think it's time to work a bit of that pure magenta in on the face a bit. Very thin. It's a very intense color, so you don't need a lot of it. Okay, deep breath. And also, shout out Mr. Pigments. I think I missed him on the shout out list earlier. But we always appreciate Pigments being here, especially because he did send us a review copy of his paints, which we have been using to paint the goblin. And I love free things.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
Hey, Cutie, thank you for the follow. Oh, it startled the crap out of me. Hope you're having a great day so far. I always forget that's like when I'm like really just chill, getting that touch done. It's too intense. Bring a little bit of that off the brush. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're having a great day. My name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys. And my VODs are on YouTube. It's the only reason I actually do the multi-stream. It's like a couple people might want to pop in on the YouTube side, but mostly it's just because I like the VOD storage. But I don't have to deal with it. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it was going to be that loud. To be fair, it's my fault. I didn't expect it to be that loud either. That's on me. But I hope you're having an excellent day. Thank you for the follow. I'm just going to knock my sound alerts down just a wee bit. That's the only really loud one, though, I think, other than the other really loud ones. Aside from all of the other really loud ones, I'm pretty sure that's the only really loud one. But do not apologize ever about startling me with my own alert. I put them there. I put them there for you to all enjoy and to reference media that I find amusing. So, no harm, no foul. Dizzy. I hope you're having a great stream. Goblin's really cool. I'm having an excellent stream today. We're having lots of fun. Got lots of great people in here. A bunch of my favorite people have popped by so far, including two of the people who might go to for the most advice. But yeah, we've been working on Goblin, just getting some highlights done, getting a few areas smoothed out. It's really coming along today. I'm really, really happy with how this part of the face is now. So this section, I might actually call that done. Like we may have finished his face, other than the teeth. We'll knock in the teethies, but yeah, I don't think we need to do much more on that side of the face there. So that's nice. I've got one portion of the model that I feel is done. Actually, that's not true. I'm going to hit the Anthraquinone in red back into the scar, and then it will be done. So that way I can call that section done. Do you do like Warhammer painting? Do you do busts? What kind of do you do miniatures at all? Or do you just like to do you just find the hobby fun and relaxing to hang out around? Most of us start with Warhammer. I run a commission studio, ran. I'm not really taking commissions anymore. I'm trying to move away from it. However, there are other commission artists I can always recommend if people are looking for commissions. However, that aside, I ran a commission studio for a few years. I still do some commissions. However, I'm trying to focus a little bit more on my display work these days. And getting to that, next level in art. Okay. I just started painting one-page rules, Warhammer. It's a tad difficult for you. Doing some pink Skaven army with firefight miniatures. Oh, hell yeah. I still do lots of Warhammer. We do, I'm doing an old world commission off on the side right now. There's a bunch of high elves we were working on. Which, quite fun. I should get them finished up soon. Actually, I really should get those elves finished. I don't want to do that right this second, though. I'm really enjoying the goblin, especially because, like, I'm not that. Oh, yeah, no. It's all good. We're all at different stages. I mean, I've been painting for a decade, and I've been doing it for a job for a few years now. So, I mean, I've got several thousands of hours moving my brush around. I played against a Skaven army in the Grimdark Future tourney at Adepticon. How was that, Dan? Oh, one page rules is doing what are you finding difficult so far? Just in terms of painting. But yeah, shouting out something again, I'm very pro one page rules. I think it's the system to teach new people how to get like you can enjoy some beer and pretzels while you play one page rules. Let's put it that way. I might not drink, but or I might be a bit of a non-drinker myself, but it doesn't change the fact that like it's what I would classify as a beer and pretzels game, which is any war game that is not overtly complicated to play. 2 horde armies. We were still in the deployment when others were starting their second rounds. What do you play, Dan? I don't think I actually asked that. What's your army? My for me, when it comes to like the Warhammer property, I mostly do Blood Bowl for myself. I love Blood Bowl teams though. I have a stupid amount of Blood Bowl. Alien Hives, basically Tyranids. Painting everything I find like lights and shades. Everything in the army is very plain, but I just slap like oil tint and run. That's a good place to start. That's not a bad place to start. That's where most of us start. Like if you're so typically what people find is they put the colors down. They're like, well, this looks a little and it's exactly as you're saying it. You're like, well, that looks a little bit flat. You know, it doesn't look super three-dimensional. So what you can do to enhance that is, yeah, you can do your oil or your tint or your wash over it, which is a very good way to get it started. I still like using washes. I still very much like using an all-over wash. I'm going to teach you the first life hack, though, Coyote, is stop using a black wash and instead swap to a dark brown. Or because a dark or that's one of my key tricks for like number one when I'm washing is I don't wash with black. I will use a dark brown. I will use browns in generals. I'll wash with a dark blue sometimes or even a purple. I don't use black for my washing. Adepticon, it's in the USA. I think you guys have more cons and things like that around there. Unfortunately, in Canada, we don't have a ton of cons. I don't know if you're also Canadian or not, but yeah, as a Canadian, we don't have access to a ton of cons. I think there's one coming up. And thanks for the tip about the tint. Yeah, that's a good way. It's Spain. Ooh, very fun. We've got a few people. I ordered these models from Spain. They're done by a Spanish sculptor, actually. Bet your pants are cheap. All the good paint companies seem to be from Spain. That is for two different reasons, Flagonborn. The Vallejo paints are very accessible. Yeah, and they do make a lot of the paints there. But still need to work brush control and other shit. So one of the easiest ways to learn brush control, guys, is like simple understanding of like body mechanics. Best paint is made in my basement. You do make good paint in your basement. You do make really good basement paint. So, I mean, even not basement paints, you make really good paints, Mr. Pigments. I really do like them. I think this model is a testament to what your paint can do. So, I mean, like it's the it's a Pedro Fernandez works sculpt painted with Mr. Pigment's paints. Which, I mean, I think what do you agree? This is, I think, a testament to what your stuff can do. I'm not saying if you buy the paint that it will immediately make you this good, because that's not how it works. But I am saying that I'm having a lot of fun working with them, and that I've been able to get really, really nice, rich colors. That's the goal. I mean, I'm happy with it. I'm very happy with what I've seen so far. I'm gonna drop my goggles back in. Let's get going with that. And like so, oh god, fuck. Chunder Fury strikes again. 2.5 hours ain't that much. Go to 1 page rules turn. You have to drive 2.5 hours for on Saturday. Dragon, 2.5 seems a lot to you guys. I mean, the Canadian 2.5 hours is like, that's how long I have to sit on a boat just to get to the mainland. Yeah, I was gonna say, Flagon, I gotta sit on a boat for 2.5 hours just to get to mainland North America. And I don't live on the east. We're island boys. Moving this summer anyway, though, so hopefully we won't be going too far for your game soon. 2.5 gets free from Louisville to the middle of Indiana. Ugh. Louisville, just thinking about Louisville is traumatizing me right now. Mike Hawk died. For those of you that have been following for over a month now, you've heard about the legends, but unfortunately, Mike Hawk died at the Louisville checkpoint. After he cleared it out. I've been playing Zomboid, right? I play Project Zomboid. And I always use the auto-generated name that it gives me, and I couldn't stop laughing at the fact that I auto-genned the name Mike Hawk. So I've been keeping it, but he unfortunately died due to a glitch, which he just started shoving the air repeatedly, and I lost control of the character. And I just sit there and watch in Louisville as I forgot Zomboid is in Kentucky. Yeah, that's exactly why. As soon as Louisville came up, and I was like, hell yeah. I was so confused. Yeah, I know. It's taking a moment. Oh man, right? He died yesterday. Although I posted it on Reddit, and it's doing very well in the subreddit. There are the jokes are the jokes are great. I don't normally take part in like gaming subreddits, but that was one of the few times I was like, you know what? I want to share this. Try to avoid Kentucky IRL. I mean, Kentucky has some really great music. Nothing bad ever happens in Indy. We have some good races. Kentucky has some pretty good hip hop. I don't know. I really like Southern. I really like Southern rap. Texture is coming back really nicely in that. A bit too much lost up here. Kentucky's not in the South. It is if you're Canadian. Also, I thought Kentucky was typically considered Southern when it came to rap. But that's just me, again, being so far north that pretty much everything is south of me. Got a shout. No worries, Dan. Have a great day. Hope work is a good one. I don't know where the rap draws lines. Yeah. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure Cunning Linguists are considered to be Southern hip hop, and they're from Kentucky. It's usually considered Midwest. So they weren't part of the Confederacy, so it's not okay. That's fair. That explains a lot. So those okay. That's actually in I did not know that's how you guys make those classifications. And classifications are weird. They are, right? So if your stuff gets split, but if you have somebody from Alabama, if Kentucky's part of the South, they'll tell you fuck no. That's fair. I don't know what's considered South and what isn't. I know that my family's from Oklahoma. As mentioned, I think I was talking about how I'm first generation Canadian on stream not too long ago. My biological father is from Muskogee, Oklahoma. We're Okies from technically an Okie from Muskogee, or however the fuck that works. I don't know. But yeah, my dad's family is from Oklahoma. Who'd also say Maryland isn't part of the South, but it was part of the line, Drew, where it was okay. Boom. Not happy with that bit right there. I need to do that a bit more there. Okay. They would also then Virginia isn't either, but exactly because I did know about Richmond, Virginia. There's like official lines, and then there's the cultural lines. Crazy. See, in Canada, we just talk funny depending on where you go. Like Newfoundland. I don't know what the fuck they're saying over there, but nobody does. But then you get something like, as I've regularly said, like in BC, as long as you don't go into northern BC, so as long as you're like south of the or as long as you're not going like north of the Okanagan, you're not going to encounter any different accents. Like we all sound like we're from Seattle, which is it's kind of funny. Like we don't have our regional accent is very, very close to the Seattle accent, except we do say the word a lot. And it's not like people think that we use it. It's typically used as a prompt. Eh? Eh? It's usually we ask questions and then we finish it with a eh? We'll be practically neighbors. You sound like a Midwesterner in some places. That's why hilariously I have what is called a blended accent because I've lived across various parts of Canada, and we typically pick up how other Canadians speak when we live there. It's a thing. So my accents ended up a bit blended. Midwesterners, especially northern Midwesterners, sound very Canadian, but specifically Flagon as well. There's a ferry in like you. If you're moving to Seattle, you'd know about you'll probably hear about it. The Blackball. That takes you to not the city I live in, but it takes you to the island I live on. But like my island has a direct ferry to Seattle. I've always said I felt very comfortable in Seattle. The only place I felt more it's one of the only places where like you don't feel like you're even slightly not American. Like you just like nobody notices there. Seattle and Vancouver are pretty much the same place. Exactly. Seattle and Vancouver might as well be the same place. Although financially, it is like half the price to live in Seattle, and you'll make twice as much money. So it's actually very common for Vancouverites to work in Seattle, especially in the tech industry. Because and I know you do work in tech, or I'm pretty sure you do work in tech, Flagon, so you'll probably work with a lot of Canadians. Tech in Canada pays shit. Most of my tech friends work in like the nearest state. I did, been retired for years. All right, little dance in the chair. Back to it. The light's hitting here. Get the rest of my panel lighting in. But yeah, Vancouver's an awesome place. I'm from Vancouver, right? Like I hate that city, like most Vancouverites do. But yeah, it was all Cowichan territory. Actually, that's not true. It was not all Cowichan territory. I live in Snuneymuxw territory. Although Cowichan territory does actually spread across the border. Yeah, kind of. About 150k north, but yeah. That's why I always joke. That's why I'm always joking about the fact that I don't even live on the main. Exactly. That's why I'm always joking about the fact I'm like, I don't even live on mainland North America. But yeah, I'm on the island. I love Victoria. It's a great city. Victoria has like at least downtown Victoria has such good pedestrian infrastructure. I think my old account merged with my new Twitch account. Infernal Dwell. It happens sometimes. Showing up as a first time chat, but that's okay. Just did a fusion dance. Okay, no worries. Yes, it will do that. When you swap to a streaming account, it will change things, which is the big island. I've weirdly know a little bit about that area because the company I worked for also had a Seattle office. Technically not Seattle. We called it Seattle, although it was in Everett. And so Flagon, you're actually going to find Big Islands by Seattle, Smile Islands by your standards. Yes, exactly. But I'm actually Everett is not Seattle. I'm very well aware it's not Seattle, but we called it Seattle, despite the fact it's Everett. We're Canadians. It's like you guys calling Abbotsford Vancouver. It's like, no, it's not. But okay. Or Surrey, Vancouver. It's like, no. Vancouver Airport, it's in Richmond. Thinking of visiting Van. I mean, but he's going up to the Pacific Northwest because it's the best place to live. But yeah, so I used to work for a house moving company, right? And we had three offices. One was in like Vancouver area, one was in the city I live in, and one was in Everett. Exactly. False. Actually, again, Vancouver Airport is no longer in Richmond because it now falls directly onto Cowichan territory due to the new territory rights. So that's actually really interesting as well. But the reason we did that is because when I say I was a house mover, I mean we moved structures, right? So we would move heritage buildings, usually onto small islands where people had owned lots, but it was too expensive to build a house on. So we would move pre-existing structures onto those lots, typically, and it would save a shit ton of money. So I was regularly barging and involved with moving houses all around all the different small islands. So it's because like it's a whole archipelago along the Pacific coast, right? And people don't know just how many small islands there are. But yes, I've gotten to go to quite a few of them. So I'm familiar with a lot of we call them those are what we call them the small islands. But yeah, because it's just I live on the largest island of the archipelago, which spans 2 countries. I've also been to the I've also been to the complete northern tip of the island, which is cool. And I've been in the Gulf. I've got to go to the Gulf of Alaska. I've gotten to see a significant portion of this province, more than most people ever get to. Oh, what was I about to do? Wish I could have when I was there. I mean, there's nothing that will prevent you from getting a look at a bit of it when next time you're visiting. I wonder what % of those islands are actually inhabited. Almost all of them. Most of them are inhabited. Maybe not Newcastle. Newcastle still has groundskeepers. It has 6 people that live on that island year-round. The groundskeepers live there year-round. How do you think they get the fucking lawn mowed at the campground, dude? Dude, there is a family that lives there. There's the pickleball. How do you think the old people, that old couple on the other side, they live there. There are groundskeepers that live there. Plus, I know like 3 dudes that lived on Newcastle in the forest.
Then grease me up, woman.
Welcome in, Jace. Yeah, plus I had like 3 friends who, when they were homeless, they lived in the woods on Newcastle. So like there's also homeless people there. The small islands are actually really popular amongst the homeless people because it's a really good place to get left alone if you can get out there and set up your camps. They were really, really popular for that. I'm doing great, man. I'm working on my gobbo. We're just slapping some colors around, pretending that we know what we're doing, having chats about everything, anything, and a bunch of random bullshit. How's the worst knight in the realm doing? Oh, you know more than me, that's for sure. I'm gonna quick shout out going out for Jace as well, for anybody that doesn't know. Have you gotten to the monastery yet? That is a completely spoiler-free question. Last night shift tonight? Oh, hell yeah. When you say last night shift, do you mean for like a while or just until it's your weekend? Oh, that priest was great. I hated that quest, man. I could not stand the monastery quest. It took, oh. If you enjoyed the monastery quest, you were, just so you know, you were very close to the end of the game. So get ready to buy Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And if you've already finished the monastery, I recommend doing the Band of Bastards expansion. Because now is the appropriate time to do the DLCs. The priest you get drunk with? No. I mean, that's a fun one, too. You'll find out more as you go. I'm not going to spoil anything for you. Once you'll know about the monastery once you're at the monastery. It's not getting drunk with a priest. That's a fun one. The one where you are doing things with dudes and then some stuff happens, however. I'm trying so hard not to say anything because I don't want to spoil the game for you because it's a great game. But there are a couple missions that are not super fun. According to some stream, I am close to the end of the main story. However, stop doing the main story for a bit. If you are close to the end of the main story, I would say, yeah, do the Band of Bastards, which always pisses me. I hate that one because the Band of Bastards was my Mordheim gang and then was the inspiration that I used for a bunch of like my story stuff. And then that came out, and I was like, God, well, can't use that one anymore. Nobody's gonna think it's original anymore. But yeah, I would say if you are that, I would say do that DLC because you'll get some really good items from it. It's also a fun one. It's very combat focused, so it'll get you really good at fighting in that game. I think once you finish that, it's pretty easy. But like the biggest thing in Kingdom Come that I found is don't bother attacking ever. Always parry. Just always go for perfect parries. Let your enemies attack you and just wait for their movements. Just always, but it's so much easier to focus on being a counter fighter and focus on like just control your movement, keep them in front of you. Don't ever let them get behind you or to your side. So you always want to keep people in front of you. You're moving always backwards at a walk, and you're always just parry, counter, parry, counter, parry, counter. That sounds like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Yeah, you cannot let people get behind you. Well, it's like a real fight, man. If you're outnumbered and they get behind you, you're fucked. Unless you're Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was an actor. I might just have said something extremely controversial, but Bruce Lee was an actor. He had no actual combat experience. He's a fucking great actor. But because he existed in a time before, he was never really actually tested in a way that would give us knowledge of what he was capable of. As an athlete, though, incredible athlete, incredible actor. Funny because anytime you say that one too, he made the one. I thought he made the 1-inch punch. Yeah, and a 1-inch punch isn't going to do shit. I've eaten a lot of 1-inch punches in my life. The current main mission is the big camp of humans. I gotta find the weak point, what sounds like a military invasion, not a solo mission. That is a really fun one. But yeah, that's there's also like you'll know you're at the end of the game once you build a trebuchet. That's the best way of explaining it without spoiling anything, Jace. Once you build a trebuchet, you'll know you're at the end of the game. You build a trebuchet at some point. That's not a spoiler, because that's really just pretty, standard what you would assume happens in a historically accurate game. It's a medieval stereotype, yeah. So once the trebuchet is built, you'll know you're at the end of the game. But up until then, keep enjoying things, keep doing your side quests. You can do all the side quests right up, or you can do a lot of the side quests right up until that point. You will have some that will expire or you won't be able to complete, but I found one other thing is like have fun with it. But I'm always team don't bother trying to hit every side quest. You can get some pretty good gear from the Rattay Tourney. I should really re-download KCD2, shouldn't I? Once I move. Absolutely not before the move. How is the goblin reading, guys? What are we thinking right now? Jace, what would you say? Does anybody have any inputs of what I should do or where I should go on this one? Because again, I'm just kind of slapping in. I'm doing some panel lining, trying to get some dark areas using a blue or using my phthalo blue green shade. Also, shout out again, Fenris Workshop, for sending me these brushes. Appreciate it so very much. Ah. Wait, what are we doing? How the fuck is 160p possible? Right now I have been doing like, I don't know, like I'm calling it panel lining, but I'm dropping in really dark lines. Looks cooler than 20 minutes ago, and I already thought it was cool, so I can't say anything other than wow. That's fair, cutie. And I appreciate you saying that. Bro, I thought I was at 240 above. I've never seen You've never seen Oh, dude, wait till you hit the glory days of we used to watch movies in 144. I have no idea what I'm doing, Jinx. I'm just working some dark colors into the recesses, slowly working some texture back in. I think I need to fuzz out this line a bit more, quite a bit right now. That could be a really good spot to work. This is all fucking goobered over here. Like, none of this is up to snuff. This is all. So that all has to get done still. Just ignore that section of the model for now and focus on the area that we're... And I'm trying to bring some definition in on this. So I've again been panel lining in a bunch of the blue. I don't really know. Maybe I could bring in a bit of a tan tone or something. Start working up my NMMs a bit. Or do I need to get some more orange in there? I don't know. My brain is just... Brain go burr, you know? Carry on then. Just, yeah. I feel stuck, but I'm also just smashing color, and I've realized I've been smashing color for 3.5 hours. It's going nicely. And yeah. I don't know if anybody has any suggestions on what they think what they think I should do next, or where they think some highlights could go, or whatever. Again, open to it in chat, but beyond that, we'll just keep poking some colors in. Maybe we'll try the oxide, or the yellow oxide. And bump that. Okay, and then I'm actually going to take a bit of my anthraquinone red. off to the side with a hit of the yellow. Bigger hit of the yellow. And not bismuth, but quinanthrone yellow. I need something a bit oranger than that. So grab some of that. That was a good list of things to do. Just work your way around. I'm going to put a different yellow down. All right. We're trying out a new color. I have not used the PY138 yet. So let's see if this gets me to the tone I'm looking for. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. Actually needs a little more of the red. A bit more of that. That's a nice orange color. That's a really intense orange. What music are we listening to? Right now, that was Northland, and the song was Old Town Inn. This is just my general liked songs. So some of the bands that have played have been Encephalum, Waylander, Equilibrium, Northland, and then it's gonna just give everybody know it's gonna weirdly swip into hip hop in a few minutes. Because I'm on no shuffle order of liked songs. This is a really intense orange we're gonna start bringing in. And I'm actually going to not apply it in an even fashion. I'm going to just let it do what it wants.
You look like a cut of fuckable
for the
meat.
follow 10 Creed. I appreciate that a ton. Hope you're having an excellent day. This reminds me of Scottish death metal. It's kind of pretty much close to that. Like, I do a lot of German folk metal. Or, like, lots of folk metal in general. Although, you know what? We're going to swap to some Canadian. I feel like everybody's enjoying the music. So, you know what? Let's go. We'll keep the heavy metal up. See if that'll work. I can just add whole albums to the queue, apparently. Hell yeah, Spotify. Let's see if that feature works. Rinse this brush out, because it don't want any paint drying in the ferrule. Emote. It just sucks. Oh my god. I just saw that. That's awesome. You gotta reshuffle it for it to not freak out. Yeah, we'll find out. With that also, I guess we have to do this. He's not here, but I mean, we'll shout him out too. I am not really an Avenged Sevenfold fan, but I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. It was a bit I just never really got into them. I didn't have a good reason for it. I just never really listened to it. They were so like when I they were big when I was in school, but I was kind of more into like punk and heavier music at that point. So I found a lot of the Avenged Sevenfold fans at my school annoying. And because of that, I didn't listen to the music. It has absolutely nothing to do It has absolutely nothing to do with the band. I need to be very clear about this. It had to do with the fact that they were really popular in the high school that I was at, and like being into like punk and death metal and like really heavy music. The Avenged Sevenfold fans kind of would always come and be like, I like heavy, and it's just like, but then would complain about my music. So it always confused me. But like, here is one of my favorite Canadian heavy metal bands from Vancouver, British Columbia, 3 Inches of Blood. This is their last studio album they ever released. Long live heavy metal. It is an absolute classic. We'll also throw Fire Up the Blades on after that, too. Oh, Fire Up the Blades kicks ass. That's a good album. I'm going to start working in small dots. I thought these guys were from Windsor. No, Vancouver. Technically Victoria. Technically they formed in Victoria. City of Evil will always be great, but Walking and Fallen, best album, A7X. Bringing a bit of bubbly rust. Canada's one of those places I can't remember the province of, even if I'm dependent on it. British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, Newfoundland, Labrador, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, the Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. But that's okay. I couldn't name all 50 states. Like, I just for reference though, like, I might be able to do it's not like I could name all 50 states, so don't feel weird if you don't know all the like Canada's provinces. Top 3 are territories, I thought, not just provinces. Top 3 are territories, which is why they get listed separately and at the end. However, our territories are still recognized and still governed within, we do own we call the Arctic our territories, but we haven't actually settled the Arctic. So yeah. Animaniacs. What's my view on hockey? Chat, what's my view on hockey?
Hell yeah, fuck yeah. Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
Jace is waiting for Jace's play.
Grab his stick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. This is
You
too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
Animaniacs, Victim and Fiction are the best ones that don't fit. So Far Away is fine because of its meaning. Fucking love the Animaniacs. We have 81 provinces, and some people know them. And each card's plates and a code number. Where are you? 81? That's too many. That's too many provinces. That's too many. Just that it's boring with soccer on ice. Explain something badly. What was attached to the explain something badly? I missed that. Explainly bad by players can just beat the living daylight out of each other. Hockey players. Okay, so it's not actually that you're allowed in hockey. In hockey, you're not actually encouraged to fight. You're in fact, fighting is explicitly discouraged. Favorite professional hockey team, if you have one. I don't actually follow professional hockey that closely. I do love the sport. I love watching it, but I'm more likely to go watch my local junior team play. So yeah, going back. Fighting in hockey is to set the tone. No other sports discourage it. Hockey pretends to discourage it. So the thing to understand in hockey is like, there's a lot of aggression in it. You're moving fast, and it's a different culture. But because of how the game plays, the guy on your team who fights, your team's like the term used to be your goon, although we don't call them goons anymore for obvious reasons. But the reason they're there is for when people on the opposing team are playing dirty, right? So, like, if you're dealing with a team where they're hooking, so, like, they're using the stick and they're pulling your ankles, you know, going low on you, they're called enforcers now. Exactly. We call them enforcers because the term goon is not, you know, doesn't mean that anymore. So what ends up happening is they... Like, but in football, you don't see the same amount of like dirty play. The way hockey goes, and because it's so fast and so back and forth, the refs are constantly missing stuff, and there's entire things where you get your teammates to distract, so you can go and foul other players. And like the aggression just gets ramped up. But eventually, if you are being too much of a pest to the other team, what they do is you send out someone on your team to go and kick the shit out of them and teach them a lesson. It also sets the tone for the game, right? When you watch one of your teammates kick the shit out of one of their players, so the dropping the gloves thing is a real thing. And hockey fighting is a real thing. Hockey fighting is a very explicit style of fighting. The only person I can think of who's really utilized hockey fighting in a major professional sense would be Don Fry, because the traditional hockey fighting is you're needing to use your back. You can't really see here, but you need to be up on your toes on the one foot because you need to dig your skate into the ice. You need to grab onto them. So you can. Hockey fighting is done entirely with one arm. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a boost here so I can show this off. So hockey fighting is done with one arm, where you need to be very much grab, and you're fighting, and you're holding their jersey, and this arm is being used to block, and you're trying to pull and block with this arm while simultaneously turning hooks in just as fast as you fucking can. So if you get the chance to turn them over, you fucking crank them. But otherwise, you're just fucking slamming. And the thing is, what a lot of people don't know, Jace here, is, and I think Manaman can attest to this, is if you can't turn your hips over, your hook has absolutely no power to it whatsoever. So hockey fighting, that's why they're essentially slamming. Boom, 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 boom. Because you're not actually able to get that much power behind them. If you guys have ever seen the movie Goon with Sean William Scott, it does a really good job explaining how that works and how it kind of happens. Because learning to fight on skates is a completely different thing. Goon 1 and 2 are good fun. First one is significantly better, but yeah, I agree. The second one tackles the topic of getting older really well, but there's parts of it that I wasn't the biggest fan of. Mostly just Jay Baruchel's character. But yeah, so with hockey fighting, why are we beating up ice skate queens? So yeah, you're using this arm to block and your jab hand to throw. Now, I suck to fight in hockey because I'm a southpaw. And so fighting a southpaw means you have to close on... Southpaws you have to close in on first in hockey. Because most people in hockey will fight orthodox. So most of the time, you skate up to each other, you kind of square up, one person throws, and then the clinch starts. And it's very much fights like it's very much like a tie fight. However, when you're dealing with the southpaw aspect of it, they'll often skate backwards and throw jab. Like they'll skate backwards and try to jab you a few times before you get in. It's a lot harder to close in on a southpaw on skates. Your mouse army? Who would win Arctic Wars of World War III? Canada's too hard to hold. I'd probably be Finland. I think Finland is a good bet. They're exceptional. They are I think as a nation, they're the best at Arctic warfare. That's why I'm actually going to agree with that answer. I was like, that's a good answer. Finland, probably. Canada would do quite well. But Canada is... People don't actually consider the fact that, like, how big Canada is. So, like, the territory here is too large to actually hold, right? Here's the perspective. The longest road in Canada is 7,400 kilometers. Yes, but the problem is that all of Canada is connected with one road. The Trans-Canada Highway is the only actual highway that connects all of this, especially whenever you're going through the Shield or whenever you're dealing with the Rockies. So if there's any 7,400. 7,500 roughly, yeah. About 7,450. 7,480? Something like that. 100 kilometers to spare. Less than good. 7,500 is honestly the closest I think anybody would get on a guess. Just about a fourth of Denmark to spare. So, yes, we do. Most of us do live close to the border. However, 80% of the country is familiar with Arctic climates. Denmark has a 9,000 kilometer coastline. That is because of the amount of islands that you control in the North Sea. You guys have technically the fjords increase it. No, but what would increase it is the fact that they have a lot of islands. Do you guys get all 4 seasons in one day? We can, yeah. Typically when that happens, though, it'll go from lightning to tornadoes. And then you get it'll be lightning, then freezing rain, then tornadoes. I live in one of the only parts of the country that does not get cold. By the rest of the world standards. 2 of those occur at the same time. Here was minus 15 yesterday, now it's 2. Yeah. The city you live in is rough, dude. Lovely 3 degrees Celsius at the moment. What is it here right now? I think it's 11. I think it's 11 degrees Celsius right now. For the Americans in here, that's about like 62. Nice, like it's a nice comfortable like 60, 62. Just literally close the window. 26 where I am currently. Fahrenheit or Celsius? Celsius? Jesus. 80 Fahrenheit? It's quite warm. Got 4 feet of snow this year. 80 Fahrenheit here, and I don't like heat. Man. All of that sounds like very warm. Especially for April. I like cold. Doesn't matter how cold. Just has to be below 20. I mean, I thought I didn't mind the cold until I experienced minus 40 degrees Celsius. Things like you spit and it breaks on the ground. The Phantom's gaze, well done. Time it's almost 2 o'clock. I take extreme cold over extreme heat. I got some work to do later. So no worries, Jace. Catch you on the flip side. And for those of you, again, that don't know Jace the Face, we'll throw him a shout out here in just a second. He's an absolute gem and a standout in our community. So have a great night, Jace. Hope you make it back. If you don't, in the next hour, I gotta actually close on time today because I have to go do moving stuff. Gotta wait 21 minutes before I can shout Jace out again. That's bullshit. I want to shout him out now. And there we go. Currently, Logitech headset is breaking with the Shure Violin. Bluetooth headset. Sinus will have headaches. Nah, I was in Florida. I was 87 the whole week. I don't know how people can live like that for long. And it's even summer yet. I've seen 48 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's about the hottest I've seen. And we're just getting these details kind of fuzzed at each other. Dealing with the metallics right now. 118 is a lot. Here's a good one. Yeah, reserved for the violin. Hell yeah. New Man's gonna end up being a fiddler. That's coming along really nicely. Da, 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 da. How's he doing today, by the way? I'm doing great. I'm doing excellent today. We are going to be heading about an hour. My wife gets home, and then we're going to move a couple loads of stuff over to the new place. I got to get some stuff in the mail for a couple people. And then beyond that, just chilling. Getting through some painting. I've been enjoying stream. Got some friendly new faces in here. And yeah, just been having a lot of fun. I'm really happy with how this goblin's coming along. I'm gonna change my name to something that wasn't made with a cringe fish. What would the last one be? I would say probably focus on something that is descriptive of yourself while simultaneously like the reason I always like boneless is mine because it's like it's a personal one to me. Like I've always been, or not always been, but I've been boneless for a while. Like it's what I got called for boxing. And it was how I ended up learning to like cope and oh yeah. What are we talking about? Names in general. I have a Chinese headset from Amazon right now. It's better than any of those headsets. But typically, like when you're looking at doing like picking a name, especially for Twitch or something like that, something that represents or something that is representative of self without really being, you know. All my life, buddy. Like candidates, that's not a good thing. In Canada, if they call you buddy, they're about to hit you. Okay. No Mana Man. You speak KM Mayhem Tosser, new Mana Man. It was hella fun hearing people trip over the long name. Panda? Infernal Panda? Or it literally just Guitar Panda. I like Guitar Panda would be a good one because that was one of the things we were talking about too. Like it was you're trying to get your Twitch set up and everything ready. You wanted to teach guitar. So it would give you both the aspect of what do I do? What is something, you know, the name explicitly tells you what you're looking at. I like names that don't leave you thinking or wondering. I like really straightforward names. It's like all of the artists. Panda Riffs. Panda Riff. That's a good one. Panda Slap if it was bass. Pandas don't slap. Don't slap the panda. Well, panda slap implies you're getting slapped by a panda. Okay. Adjust really quickly. And just so you know, guys, again, we are shutting it down at exactly 3 o'clock today. So we cannot run later than usual. But I appreciate all the new follows. I appreciate everybody who's been popping in. Tancred, if I missed you as well, I didn't even notice that. If I missed that one, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. There's a few new faces in here today. What time? Wait, what time is it open? It's 2:10 in the afternoon. My wife gets home from work at about 3 p.m., 3:30, and we are going to... I do not know what my weight is, but based on how my clothes are fitting, I'm going to guess about 178. Between 178 and 185. Really quickly. Got stuck. I'm looking at a resin printer so I could do the rescale of Gold Dragon, so I could do NMM Gold on it. When you do, make sure you bring it in winter on timing. It said we got rid of daylight savings permanently, so we stayed on summer. We're staying on summer timing. We've decided we're going to stay on summer timing where I live. Okay, gotta go. No worries. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. We'll be back at about the same time tomorrow. So, catch you on the flip side. And again, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the visits. And thank you for the chats. Yeah. There we go. Now that's actually fitting. Close your eyes. Magnets, put rocks on my bases. I'll be fine. And plastic builds. Bit of a shine. Polish that up a bit more as we need to, but I'm going to come back into my phthalo blue now. And like such, guys, we're just going to come back in. Get some thin panel lines in. We're going to start bringing all the definition back in. GW dragons are ugly. I mastered the wing membranes, and the scales are the only thing in the way. Still stuff from dinner. Triple bacon. Ooh, I could go for a triple bacon cheeseburger right about now. Karazai and Krondi's investments. I have no clue how they look. I don't know that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the GW dragons. I find a lot of them tend to be like very over sculpted. But that being said, I find a lot of GW stuff to be over sculpted. So. The old world dragons are for sure not over The old world dragons look really bad too. It's a weird position of like they are either over or under sculpted, but they you know what I mean? But that being said, none of old world stuff is over sculpted. The Stormcast ones, yeah, fair. That is actually a really good example. Close your eyes. No worries. You have a good one. Have a great rest of the night. I'll head out. Yeah, no worries. Let me know if you need any help getting anything set up, and I will see you Sunday for game night. Think maybe we'll pick up that Civ file this week if we're all good for it. Was BRB brushes have gone, one of my paintbrushes have gone missing. Oh no. Not acceptable. Here we go. Doing well, Linux. How you doing today? I'm working on this goblin. Dungeons and Lasers ones. Working on the goblin. Getting pretty close to being wrapped for the day because I'm also realizing I gotta eat still. So we might shut it down in about 10 or 15. We'll see. Maybe 20. We'll see. Got some Tyranids, 6 ranging. Ooh, very nice. Well, it'll be a fun painting up those nids. This guy has been an absolute joy to work on so far today. Feels like everything just kind of came together and worked exactly like we wanted it to. And it's nice when that happens. And thin that out a bit. And I'm just going to glaze in a bit more of my grays, where I feel like it might just need to be, a bit more inconsistent. A bit more of those iron colors. Till the ends of the earth. Man of Fortune. Bit more. I'm trying to figure out what movie to watch. The Everlasting Issue I have. It's a good one. I'm trying to think what movies I've watched recently that I've enjoyed. I don't actually watch a lot of movies. It's not a movie, but if you haven't seen it, I would say A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I think you'd really enjoy that, Man. Yeah, so if you haven't seen it, I would highly recommend that one. If you're looking for something to watch. And it's about the length of a movie. It's only about like 3-4 hours. Like such. Just gonna fuzz a little bit. That's fair. That is fair. House of the Dragons is based on a list of dates of events. I did know that. House of the Dragon was not very good, though. I really dislike House of the Dragons. I went and watched House of the Dragons because of how much I enjoyed A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Like, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms made me feel like I was watching old school Game of Thrones again. Brought back a lot of really positive memories, positive feelings that I can't say were continued. Very careful in the application of this color. such. Okay. That's where I'm going to leave it for today, guys. I am getting really, really, really fucking good progress right now. And I am loving where I'm at. However, will be less weird when managing all the wireless. Yeah. We're going to raid because I got a bunch of stuff I got to do. No worries, man. I hope you have yourself an excellent rest of your night. Let's take a look at who's live, who we can go and visit. Oh, there's a lot of good people live right now. I'm going to even hit show more right now. Let's see who is... we can always go see... You know what? He's raided into us a couple times recently. Let's raid into him. We're going to go see Beyond the Box Art. Sorry, Spoon. I just raided some time to move. Oh, no, they're pretty late into their stream. Let's go with... who hasn't been up too long? Who's only been up for maybe like an hour or two? Go see Soulways. I do like going to see Soulways. What are they working on? Showcasing. They're going through Golden Demon stuff right now. That or Johnny Jeans, maybe. If anybody has somebody they want to recommend, I would also be open to that. So if you guys have a good raid target or somebody I might not know, absolutely feel free to throw their names in chat. If there's somebody you think we should go and see. Because I'm just going through the category right now. Doing a quick scroll. There's one I follow left online. Okay, no worries. Let's go. We'll just go to Box Art because he does long streams and he's doing a co-stream right now, so he'll probably be up for a bit still. All right, everybody. I hope you all have an amazing rest of the day. I'm going to go say hello to Beyond the Box Art. He's an excellent painter. He's raided into us multiple times recently, so we're going to show the love.